kinds of fun stuff. Now you all know what baseball players feel like every year. But we're going with our, I don't know how many years we've been doing this, a very, very long time here at South Kitsap. We appreciate all of you coming down today. Before we get started wrestling, if we could all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll get started right at 9:30. I pledge allegiance . All right, thank you. Let's have a great day today. If we got the table help, we got officials, you got your wrestlers. Go ahead and get started when you're ready. Again, today, starting us off, first match of the day at 106, Adams from Cedar Crest, Valentine from Lake Stevens on mat number 1. Clark from Peninsula, Namat from Tahoma on mat number 2. Eaglin from South Kitsap, Clementine from Kent Lake, you're on mat number 3. At 132 pounds, Austin from SK, Brady from Cedar Crest, be ready to go on mat number 1. You're next. Contreras from Cedar Crest, Miller from Peninsula at 138. You're on deck on mat number 2. Hughes from Kelso, Walker from Auburn Riverside, on deck on mat number 3. And it looks like we got a fall over here on mat number 1. Valentine with the victory. Now up on mat number 1 is Austin from SK, Brady from Cedar Crest are now wrestling mat number 1. Be ready to go on mat number 1, Sherwood from South Kitsap, Banks from Auburn Riverside. And first call to mat number 1, Furnace from Peninsula, Fontenot from SK. This is your first call to mat number 1. Can I have Siminoa from Rogers and Eversole from Peninsula come to the head table, please, at 126. Semino and Eversole, head table, please. 126, hurry up. And we got a winner over on mat number 3, Chase Eaglin. We got a quick change on mat number 1. We're doing a 126 Pigtail on mat number 1. Sherwood and Banks, you guys hold tight. You're going to be on deck there. Furnace and Fontenot, you're still in the hole on mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 3, we should have Kelso, Hughes from Kelso, Walker from Auburn Riverside to wrestle on mat number 3, excuse me. Taylor and Handy, you're on deck on mat number 3. Taylor and Handy, you're on deck on mat number 3. First call to mat number 3, Shoddy from Kelso, Antoine from Peninsula. This is your first call to mat number 3, 220 pounds. Shoddy Kelso, Antoine Peninsula, first call. And Clark from Peninsula is the winner on mat number 2 by fall. Now up on mat number 2, we have at 138 pounds, Contreras from Cedar Crest. Miller from Peninsula, you are now up on mat number 2. On deck on mat number 2, Gatlin from South Kitsap, Cole from Cedar Crest. And first call to mat number 2 at 195 pounds, Jensen from Cedar Crest, Loudermilk from Kent Lake. First call to mat number 2. Check. And Rogers is winner by fall over there at 126 on mat number 1. Now we're back on schedule with mat number 1. We should have Sherwood and Banks from Auburn Riverside are wrestling on mat number 1. Furnace and Fontenot, you're on deck, and first call to mat number 1. Hermosillo from Auburn Riverside, Weicker from Cedar Crest, your first call to mat number 1. Walker wins by fall over there on mat number 3 at 138 pounds. We now have wrestling on mat number 3, Taylor versus Handy from South Kitsap. You guys are now up on mat number 3. Shoddy from Kelso, Antoine from Peninsula, you're on deck on mat number 3, and first call to mat number 3. Justice from Tahoma, Rogers from Ross from South Kitsap. At 2:20, this is your first call to mat number 3. Backstrom from Cedar Crest, Coffnet from Lake Stevens at 1:45. If you guys could come to head table, please. 145 pounder Lake Stevens, Coffnet. 145 from Cedar Crest, Backstrom to the head table, please. Shoddy and Antoine, we're gonna squeeze a match in before you guys. So you're now in the hole over there. Shoddy and Antoine, you're in the hole over there. We're gonna squeeze one in before you guys get going on that mat. And Handy with the fall over on mat number 3. We're squeezing in a 126 Pigtail over there at mat number 3. I promise you, Shadi and Antoine, you guys are next on mat number 3. We won't squeeze anybody else in on you again. Filiua'i from South Kitsap and Werner from Lake Stevens. This is your first call over to mat number 3 at 285. Filiua'i from South Kitsap, Werner from Lake Stevens. First call at mat number 3. Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 182 pounds is Gatlin from South Kitsap and Cole from Cedar Crest. Jensen from Cedar Crest, Loudermilk from Kent Lake. I haven't called you yet, but get over there to mat number 2. Be ready to go. You're on deck. Justice from Tahoma and Ross from South Kitsap. You guys are going to mat 2. I think I might have called you the wrong mat earlier. Justice from Tahoma, Rogers from South Kitsap, you're in mat 2. Be ready to go over there. £182 Cedar Crest, Cole, last name Cole, mat 2. And Gatlin with the fall over there on mat number 2. That gets us to mat number 2. Now up at 195. Jensen from Cedar Crest. Loudermilk from Kent Lake. You're now up. Justice from Tahoma. Rogers from South Kitsap. You're on deck over there on mat number 2. And first call to mat number 2. Mont from Tahoma. Carter from Bremerton at 285 pounds. This is your first call to mat number 2. Auburn Riverside is the winner over there at mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 1, we should have at 195 pounds. Furnace from Bremerton and Fontenot from South Kitsap should be up on mat number 1. Shoddy from Kelso. Antoine from Peninsula is wrestling on mat number 3. Fidiwahi from South Kitsap and Werner from Lake Stevens be ready to go over there on mat number 3.
Yeah, in the
Shoddy with a fall over there on mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3, we got Fidiwahi from South Kitsap. Werner from Lake Stevens. You should now be wrestling on mat number 3. And we're jumping back down now to 106. First call to mat number 3. Christensen from Lake Stevens. Hanson from Auburn Riverside. This is your first call to mat number 3. At 113, we need Chris Kilmer from Rogers and Ben Thomas from Peninsula. You guys are in the hole on mat number 3. Justice from Tahoma, Ross from South Kitsap are now wrestling on mat number 2 at 220 pounds. We need Mont from Tahoma and Carter from Bremerton. You're on deck over there on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2, we're rolling back down to 106. Tanner Uridia from Bremerton and Justice Phipps from Peninsula. This is your first call to mat number 2 at 106. And Justice is a winner over there on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 from Mount Tahoma at 285. Mount from Mount Tahoma, Carter from Bremerton. You're now up on mat number 2. We are not going to start any of the first round 106 matches until all the pigtails are finished. So if you're already down to those levels on those mats, just hold until all the pigtails are finished. Again, 106 pounders, 113 pounders, if I already called you to a mat, we're going to hold tight till all the pigtails are done. We could get somebody from mat number 3. Hermosillo from Auburn Riverside and Wicker from Cedar Crest. Can you come to the head table, please? We have you on mat number 1. We'll slide you over to mat number 3 right now. Hermosillo and Wicker, Auburn Riverside, Cedar Crest. How about Roberts from Rogers and Wilkes from Cedar Crest? Roberts from Rogers, Wilkes from Cedar Crest. Can I have Wilkes, 285 pounder from Cedar Crest? They were to go about 1. It looks like Did you get their bout sheet, table 3? Did you get their bout sheet? Wilkes and Roberts, Chad. Wilkes and Roberts. Oh, sorry. You got it. right, here we go. We're going to start calling 106 pounders. Remember, we're not going to start till all of these are completed. But if we could have on mat number 1, Joe Sullivan from Tahoma, Troy Valentine from Lake Stevens. You can start your match at 10-12, mat number 1. Tanner Eurichia from Bremerton, Justin Phipps from Peninsula, mat number 2. You guys will be going over there at mat number 2, and at mat number 3 at 106, Jacob Christensen of Lake Stevens, Chance Hansen of Auburn Riverside. You should be ready to go at mat number 3. On deck on mat number 1, 106, Preston Mirren of Kelso, and Curtis Carlisle of Rogers. You're on deck on mat number 1. When we get started with 106s, you're on deck. Mat number 2, Ashton Amons from Kelso, Xavier Clark from Peninsula. Be ready to go over there at mat number 2. On mat number 3, Chris Kilmer of Rogers, Ben Thomas of Peninsula. You guys are the next up at 113 on mat number 3. Right. Again, our 106 pounders, we got to wait till 10-12 before we can get started. 10-12. got 3 minutes until we can start wrestling in 3 minutes. Again, on mat number 1 at 106, Sullivan, Tahoma, Valentine, Lake Stevens. On mat number 2, Euretia from Bremerton, Phipps from Peninsula. On mat number 3, Christensen of Lake Stevens, Hanson from Auburn Riverside. On deck on mat number 1, still at 106 pounds, Myron from Kelso and Carlisle from Rogers. Mat number 2, 113 pounds, Ashton Amons of Kelso, Xavier Clark of Peninsula. On deck, and on mat number 3 at 113, Chris Kilmer of Rogers, Ben Thomas of Peninsula. All you guys be ready to go. We're going to start right at 10:12. This is the first call to mat number 1 at 113 pounds for Francis Sarwa from Auburn Riverside and Carter Capoletti from Kent Lake. This is your first call to mat number 1. You're in the hole. Jonah Greger from Bremerton. Seth Reimer from South Kitsap at 113. You're in the hole on mat number 2. And jumping down to 120 pounds, Theron Quiet of South Kitsap. Gabe Riddle of Bremerton. Gabe Riddle of Bremerton. You're in the hole on mat number 3. We're ready to go. Looks like we're wrestling again. Nice job, mat number 1. Wrestlers, unless you're on deck or in the hole, we need you to please stay in the bleachers and behind the ropes. It's getting crowded. We can't see things here, guys. We need you to move if you're not waiting to wrestle. Thank you. And Phipps from Peninsula wins by fall over on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 is Ashton Amons of Kelso, Xavier Clark of Peninsula. You're now wrestling on mat number 2. On deck, Jonah Greger at 113 pounds from Bremerton and Seth Reimer from South Kitsap. You're on deck and first called to mat number 2 at 120 pounds. Thomas Russell of Kent Lake, Dylan Thomas of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 2. And looks like Sullivan from Tahoma is a winner by fall over there on mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1 at 106 pounds, Preston Myers of Kelso, Curtis Carlisle of Rogers. You're now up. Francis Sarwa and Carter Capoletti be ready to go on mat number 1. You're on deck and first call to mat number 1 at 120 pounds, Jack Stoops of Tahoma, Damian Miller of Peninsula. First call to mat number 1. And Ashton Amons from Kelso is a winner by major decision over there on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 is Jonah Greger from Peninsula and Seth Reimer of South Kitsap. You're now up on mat number 2. Thomas Russell from Kent Lake, Dylan Thomas of Rogers. You're now on deck on mat number 2 and first call to mat number 2 at 126 pounds. Logan Nichols of Bremerton, Chase Eagland of South Kitsap. This is your first call to mat number 2. Now up on mat number 3 at 113 pounds is Chris Kilmer of Rogers and Brent Thomas of Peninsula are now wrestling on mat number 3, Theron Quiet, Gabriel will be ready to go at 120. You're next on mat number 3 and first call to mat number 3 at 126 pounds, Nathan Curry of Tacoma, Kalai Simeona of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 3. And Seth Reimer is winner by fall over there on mat number 2. Russell Thomas of Kent Lake and Dylan Thompson of Rogers, you're now up on mat number 2. Logan Nichols of Bremerton, Chase Eagland, be ready to go. You're on deck. Mat number 2 is running fast. And first call to mat number 2 is Isaiah Ironga from Auburn Riverside. Jaden Jennings of Lake Stevens, make your way over to mat number 2. Curtis Carlisle is winner over there on mat number 1 at 106 pounds. Now up on mat number 1 at 113 pounds, Francis Sarwa of Auburn Riverside, Carter Caparelli of Kent Lake. You guys are now up on mat number 1. Jackson Stoops of Tahoma, Damian Miller of Peninsula, you're on deck. And first call to mat number 1 at 126 pounds, Max Erickson of Auburn Riverside, Justin Broxton of Kelso. First call to mat number 1. And Francis Sarwa is the winner by fall over there on mat number 1 from Auburn Riverside. Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 121 pounds, Jackson Stoops of Tahoma and Damian Miller of Peninsula. You're now up on mat number 1. Max Erickson, Auburn Riverside, Justin Broxton of Kelso on deck. And first call to mat number 1, Mitchell Niner of South Kitsap, Xander Austin of South Kitsap. First call to mat number 1. Logan Nichols of Bremerton and Chase Eaglin of South Kitsap are now wrestling on mat number 2. Isaiah Arunga of Auburn Riverside, Jaden Jennings of Lake Stevens, be ready to go. You're on deck. And first call to mat number 2 at 138 pounds. Brandon Hanson of Tahoma, Caleb Walker of Auburn Riverside. This is your first call to mat 2. And Thomas from Peninsula is the winner by decision over there in mat number 3 in a great match. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 122 pounds is Theron Quiet of South Kitsap and Gabe Riddle of Bremerton. You're now wrestling on mat number 3. Nathan Curry of Tahoma, Kalea Simeona of Rogers. You're now 126 on mat 3. Nathan Curry of Tahoma, Kalea Simeona of Rogers. This is your on deck on mat number 3. First call to mat number 3 at 126 pounds. Edric Canfet from Lake Stevens and Theron Tate from Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 3. And it looks like Jason Stoops is the winner over there from Tahoma by fall on mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Max Erickson of Auburn Riverside and Justin Broxton of Kelso. You'll be up on mat number 1. On deck on mat number 1 at 132 pounds, Mitchell Niner of South Kitsap, Xander Austin from South Kitsap. You're on deck and first call to mat number 1 at 132 pounds, Sean Nikriam of Cedar Crest, Cyrus Comia of Tahoma. First call to mat number 1. And over there on mat number 3, Gabe Riddle is winner by decision. Now up on mat number 3, we have Nathan Curry from Tahoma versus Edric Canfet from Lake Stevens at 126. Seminoa from Rogers, Theron Tate from Lake Stevens. You're on deck on mat number 3. You guys are on deck. First call to mat number 3 at 132 pounds, Elijah Guzman of Kelso and Izzy Franks of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 3. Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 132 pounds, Isaiah Ironga of Auburn Riverside and Jaden Jennings of Lake Stevens are now wrestling on mat number 2. Braden Hanson of Tahoma, Caleb Walker, Auburn Riverside, be ready to go. You're up next on mat number 2. And first call to mat number 2 at 138 pounds, Francisco Contreras of Cedar Crest. You're going to be wrestling Vince Neighbors of South Kitsap. This is your first call to mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 at 138 pounds is Braden Hanson of Tahoma and Caleb Walker of Auburn Riverside. You're now up. 138 pounds, Francisco Contreras and Vince Neighbors, be ready to go. You're on deck now on mat number 2. And first call to mat number 2 at 145 pounds. Isaac Perdue of South Kitsap, Peter Schaefer of Cedar Crest. This is your first call to mat number 2. We're moving fast over there at mat number 2. Contreras and Neighbors, you guys are now up on mat number 2. Perdue and Schaefer, be ready to go at 145 pounds. Isaac Perdue, South Kitsap, Peter Schaefer, Cedar Crest, be ready over there at mat number 2. You're on deck. And first call to mat number 2 at 152 pounds. We got Emmett Casey of Peninsula. Danny Wakanabo of Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 2. And now up on mat number 1, Mitchell Niner of South Kitsap and Xander Austin of South Kitsap. You're now wrestling on mat number 1. Sean Nakriam of Cedar Crest and Cyrus Komea of Tahoma, be ready to go over there at mat number 1. You're now on deck at 132 pounds. And first call to mat number 1 at 138 pounds. Cooper Lambro of Tahoma and McCrae Flanders of Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 1. And Nathan Curry with the pin over there on mat number 3 at 126 pounds. And now wrestling at 126 pounds, we got Simonoa from Rogers and Theron Tate from Lake Stevens are now wrestling on mat number 3. Elijah Guzman from Kelso and Izzy Franks from Rogers. You guys are on deck over there on mat number 3. And your first call to mat number 3 at 138 pounds, Braden Shook of South Kitsap and Luke Reed of Rogers. First call to mat number 3. Looks like Vince Neighbors is winner down there over on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 at 145 pounds, Isaac Perdue of South Kitsap and Peter Schaefer of Cedar Crest. Emmett Casey of Peninsula and Danny Wakanabo of Bremerton. Be ready to go. This is your on deck over there. And first call on mat number 2 at 160 pounds, Thor Michelson of Bremerton, Sebastian Zambrano of Cedar Crest. You guys, this is your first call to mat number 2. Mitchell Niner is the winner over there on mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1, Sean Nycreum of Cedar Crest and Cyrus Comey of Tahoma. You guys are now up on mat number 1. Cooper Lambro of Tahoma, McCrae Flanders of Lake Stevens. Be ready, you're on deck on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 at 145 pounds, Connor Boyd of Tahoma. Kawika Simeona of Rogers, this is your first call to mat number 1. And Comia from Tahoma is a winner over there on mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1 at 138 pounds, Cooper Lambro of Tahoma and McCrae Flanders of Lake Stevens. Connor Boyd of Tahoma and Kawika Simeona of Rogers, you're now on deck on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1 at 152 pounds, Mason Grubb of Rogers, Javon Banks of Auburn Riverside. This is your first call to mat number 1. And Isaac Purdue gets a win over there on mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 152 pounds is Emmett Casey of Peninsula and Danny Wakanabo of Bremerton. Thor Michelson from Bremerton and Sebastian Zambrano from Cedar Crest. Be ready to go. You're on deck on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 at 160 pounds is Ryan Rossith of Kent Lake and Wyatt Springer from Lake Stevens. Wyatt Springer from Lake Stevens, mat number 2. And on mat number 3, it's like Elijah Guzman of Kelso with the fall. I missed a match over there on mat number 3. Up now on mat number 3 is Brandon Shook of South Kitsap and Luke Reed of Rogers. You guys are now up on mat number 3. Tyler Fouts and Parker Shecky. Sorry I'm behind on mat number 3. This is your first call, but you are on deck. Let's get Tyler Fouts, Parker Shecky from Auburn Riverside quickly over to mat 3. And first call over to mat 3, we got Junior Linville of South Kitsap and Brendan Galloway of Bremerton. This is your first call over to mat number 3. got some great action over here on mat number 1. And Lake Stevens is the winner by decision on a great match over here on mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1 at 145 pounds, we got Connor Boyd of Tahoma and Kawika Simeona of Rogers. Mason Grubb of Rogers and Javon Banks of Auburn Riverside, you're on deck on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 at 152 pounds, Makoa Planesi of Kent Lake and Jackson Balmer of Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 1. And Shook was the winner by decision over on mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3 at 145 pounds, we have Tyler Fouts of Lake Stevens and Parker Shekchi of Auburn Riverside. Junior Linville of South Kitsap, Brandon Galloway of Bremerton, be ready to go over there on mat number 3. You're on deck. First call to mat number 3 at 152 pounds is Evan Reed of Cedar Crest and Seth Fisher of Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3 at 145 pounds is Junior Linville of South Kitsap and Brendan Galloway of Bremerton. 152 pounds, Evan Reed of Cedar Crest and Seth Fisher of Tahoma. You're on deck and first call to mat number 3 at 160 pounds, Peyton Love from South Kitsap. Kyle Adriance from Rogers, this is your first call to mat number 3. All right, I'm way behind over here. I'm at number 2. We need Victor Terrell from Rogers and Esteban Sedano from Lake Stevens. If you guys can make your way over to mat number 2, you'll get started when you're ready. Give yourselves a couple minutes. We need you on the mat over there. Victor Terrell of Rogers and Esteban Sedano of Lake Stevens. Go over to mat number 2. Calvin McDonald of Rogers and Sorensen of Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 2. You're on deck. If you guys can make your way over to mat number 2. Gabe Voss of Auburn Riverside and Dawson Loudermilk of Kent Lake. You're in the hole on mat number 2. Victor Torelli and Esteban Sedano. Over to mat number 2. Get yourselves warmed up. When you're ready, you can start wrestling. McDonald and Sorensen and Vasa and Loudermilk head that way also. Carter Sherwood from South Kitsap to the head table, please. Carter Sherwood. Do we have Terrell from Rogers and Sedano from Lake Stevens over on mat 2 yet? We need a Rogers coach over to mat 2. Calvin McDonald of Rogers and Sorensen of Bremerton. Be ready to go over there on mat number 2. You're on deck. Gabe Voss of Auburn Riverside and Loudermilk of Kent Lake in the hole. And another great match over there at mat number 1 with Simeona from Rogers winning in a decision. Now up on mat number 1 at 152 pounds is Mason Grubber Rogers and Javon Banks from Auburn Riverside. Planisi from Kent Lake and Balmer from Lake Stevens, be ready to go over there at mat number 1. You are on deck, and first call to mat number 1 at 160 pounds. David Marenta of Kelso, Tim Dipple of Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 1. Looks like Junior Linville is a winner by major decision over on mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3, we got Evan Reed of Cedar Crest and Seth Fisher of Tahoma. You guys now up on mat number 3. Peyton Love and Kyle Andriance from Rogers. You guys are on deck on mat number 3, and first call to mat number 3 at 170 pounds, Lars Michelson of Bremerton. Colton Spadoni of Peninsula, this is your first call to mat number 3. And Torelli is a victor by a fall down there at mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2, we should have Calvin McDonald of Rogers and Sorensen of Bremerton. You guys should be wrestling up there on mat number 2. Gabe Voss of Auburn Riverside, Loudermilk of Kent Lake. You're on deck over there on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 at 195 pounds. Colby Furness of Bremerton. Sean Sanchez of Lake Stevens, first call to mat number 2. Remember wrestlers, if you're not wrestling, you need to have masks on. Wrestlers, coaches, if you're not actively wrestling, you need to have your masks on. Thank you. All right, over here at mat number 1 at 152 pounds. Now we got Planisi from Kit Lake and Balmer from Lake Stevens are now wrestling. David Marenta from Kelso and Tim Dimple from Tahoma, be ready to go. You're on deck on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 is Josiah Tejeron from Rogers and Gabe Fergosa from South Kitsap. First call to mat number 1. And Jackson Balmer is the winner by fall over there on mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1 at 160 pounds, Marenta of Kelso, Dimple of Tahoma. You guys are now up. Tejeron of Rogers, Fergosa of South Kitsap, be ready to go. You're now on deck on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 at 182 pounds, Phil Chobot of South Kitsap, Jacob Gatlin of South Kitsap. First call to mat number 1. Now up on mat number 3, we got wrestling Peyton Love from South Kitsap and Kyle Adrians from Rogers. And now wrestling on mat number 3. Lars Michelson and Colton Spadoni, be ready to go over there at mat number 3. You're on deck. And first call to mat number 3 at 170 pounds. Cooper from Auburn Riverside and Neal from Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 3. And it looks like Marenta from Kelso was the winner by a first round fall over there on mat number 1. That puts Tejeron and Fergoso. You guys are up. Hopefully you're ready. Chobot and Gatlin, you're on deck. You're now on deck on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1 at 182 pounds is going to be Bradley Handy of South Kitsap and Michael Ager of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 1. I didn't see the winner down there on mat number 2, but it looks like we had a great one at 182 pounds. We now are up at 195 pounds with Gabe Vasa of Auburn Riverside and Dawson Loudermilk of Kentlake are now wrestling on mat number 2, on mat number 2. Colby Furness of Bremerton and Sean Sanchez of Lake Stevens, you're on deck on mat number 2. And first call to mat number 2 at 220 pounds. Kylan Sonnen of Peninsula, Marshall Justice of Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 2. Looks like Gabe Vasa from Auburn Riverside is a winner by technical fall down there on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2, we got Colby Furness of Bremerton and Sean Sanchez, that's a tongue twister for me, from Lake Stevens. Kylan Sonnen of Peninsula and Marshall Joseph Tahoma, you're on deck over there at mat number 2. Be ready to go. And first call to mat number 2 at 285 pounds is going to be Trace Schumacher of Peninsula and David Young of South Kitsap. This is your first call to mat number 2. And Adrians from Rogers is a winner by decision in a close match over there on mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3, we got Lars Michelson of Bremerton and Colton Spadoni of Peninsula. Cooper of Auburn Riverside, Chris Neal of Tahoma, you guys are on deck over there on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 at 182 pounds. Nick Houlet from Tahoma, Colin Morrow of Auburn Riverside, first call to mat number 3. And Fregosa with a fall over there on mat number 1. And Michelson wins by fall over on mat number 3. So now up on mat number 1, we got Phil Chobot of South Kitsap, Jacob Gatlin of South Kitsap. Bradley Handy of South Kitsap and Ager of Rogers, you're on deck on mat number 1 and first call to mat number 1 at 195 pounds. Michael Haas of Kelso, Philip Kobeski of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 170 pounds. Cooper from Auburn Riverside, Neil from Tahoma. You guys are up. Nick Hewlett from Tahoma, Colin Morrow of Auburn Riverside on deck on mat number 3. First call to mat number 3 at 195 pounds. Garrett Dress of Tahoma. Aiden Thompson of Peninsula. This is your first call to mat number 3. Chris Neal wins by fall in a first round fall over there on mat number 3. So now we're quickly to Hewlett from Tahoma, Morrow from Auburn Riverside. You guys are up on mat number 3. Garrett Dress and Aiden Thompson, be ready. You're on deck now on mat number 3. Make sure you're over there. And first call to mat number 3 at 220 pounds. Matthew Ager of Rogers, Andrew Weicker of Cedar Crest. This is your first call to mat number 3. So I've got Kylan Sonnen and Marshall Justice now wrestling on mat number 2. Trace Schumacher from Peninsula, David Young from South Kitsap, be ready to go down there on mat number 2. You're now on deck. And Sonen's the winner down there on mat number 1. Now up, Schumacher of Peninsula, Young of South Kitsap. You're now wrestling on mat number 2. We're going to move some matches over to mat number 2 since this is the last one. So let's get Michael Haas from Kelso, Philip Kobeski from Rogers, 195 pounds. You guys head over to mat number 2. You guys are on deck on mat number 2. Michael House of Kelso, Philip Kobeski of Rogers. If you could move over to mat number 2. Also at 220 pounds, John Furtafule from Bremerton and Lucas Overland of Lake Stevens. You guys are first call over to mat number 2. All right, we're down here over at mat number 2 now. We're going back down to 195 with Michael House of Kelso and Philip Kobeski of Rogers. You guys are now wrestling up there on mat number 2. At 220, John Vertefeuille from Bremerton and Lucas Overland of Lake Stevens. You guys are going to be next on mat number 2. Jeremiah, can you come at the scores table real quick? Dawson Shoddy from Kelso, EJ Ingstrom from Kent Lake. You guys head over to mat number 2. You guys will be the next match on mat number 2. Shoddy and Ingstrom to mat number 2. You're on deck. Now up at mat number 1, we got Bradley Handy with South Kitsap, Michael Ager of Rogers. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1. Brady Phillips of Kelso at 285 and Reggie Roberts of Rogers at 285. Get over to mat number 1. You guys are on deck. And then Alex Mont of Tahoma and Caden Loudermilk of Kent Lake. Be ready on mat number 1 also. You're in the hole. This is your first call. We're going to try and move some things around to keep Matt wrestling. We're way ahead on mat number 2, so be ready to adjust. Listen for your name and be ready to adjust. All right, we should have Garrett Dressup, Tahoma, and Aiden Thompson of Peninsula up here wrestling now on mat number 3. On deck on mat number 3 at 220, Matthew Ager of Rogers and Andrew Weicker of Cedar Crest. You guys are on deck on mat number 3. First call to mat number 3 at 285 pounds, Nathan Pritchard of Auburn and Riverside, Sela Filiui of South Kitsap. First call to mat number 3. Reggie Roberts from Rogers, if you could come to the table, please. Reggie Roberts from Rogers, come to the table, please. And Ager from Rogers is the winner by fall on mat number 1. Alex Mott of Tahoma and Caden Loudermilk. Looks like you guys are up now on mat number 1. We had a forfeit in the match before you. Alex Mott and Caden Loudermilk. If you guys are over here at mat number 1, give yourself a minute if you need it. It's just a late call. And Garrett Dressup, Tahoma, is the winner by fall over there at mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3, we have Matthew Ager of Rogers and Andrew Weicker of Cedar Crest. You guys now up on mat number 3. We're getting down to the end of round number 1 here. We're moving some things around. We want to make sure we don't miss anybody. We'll start rolling in and calling for the second round of our 106 pounders here in just a second. So 106, 113, start getting ready because we're going to get rolling. Over here at mat number 2 now we have Dawson Shoddy of Kelso. We got EJ Engstrom of Kent Lake. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 2. And Ager from Rogers is the winner by fall over there at mat number 3. need a couple oh, there you are, Jeremy. All right, these are the last matches going on right now in the first round. I'm going to start calling 106s and 113s to your match, so please listen up. On mat 1 at 106 pounds, we got Joe Sullivan from Tahoma and Justin Phipps from Peninsula. You guys are heading over to mat number 1. At 106 pounds on mat number 2, Jacob Christensen of Lake Stevens, Curtis Carlisle of Rogers. You guys are going over to mat number 2. Over on mat number 3, Troy Valentine of Lake Stevens, Tanner Uridia of Bremerton. You're going over to mat number 3. On deck on mat number 1 at 106 pounds, Chase Hansen of Auburn Riverside and Preston Myers of Kelso. You guys are heading on deck on mat number 1. On deck on mat number 2, Ashton Amons of Kelso, Ben Thomas of Peninsula. You're on deck on mat number 2 and mat number 3 at 113 pounds, Francis Sarwa of Auburn Riverside, Seth Reimer of South Kitsap. On deck on mat number 3. First call to mat number 1 at 113 pounds is Xavier Clark of Peninsula, Chris Kilmer of Rogers. On mat number 2, first call, Carter Capoletti of Kent Lake, Jonah Greger of Bremerton. First call to mat number 2. And first call to mat number 3 at 120 pounds, Stone Hartford of South Kitsap, Gabe Riddle of Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 3. We're not on any time constraints, so once you guys get there, let's get wrestling. Scores, remember, green bout sheets are 1 minute first rounds. Green bout sheets are Consolation, they're 1 minute first rounds. White bout sheets are winners brackets, 2 minute rounds. Joe Sullivan and Justin Phipps are going at it here on mat number 1. Jacob Christensen and Curtis Carlisle over there on mat number 2. All right, now up on mat number 3, we have Troy Valentine of Lake Stevens and Tanner Uridia of Bremerton. You guys are up on mat number 3. Francis Sarwa from Auburn Riverside and Seth Meyer from South Kitsap. You should also be over there at mat number 3. And Joe Sullivan wins by fall in the second round over there at mat number 1. That brings us to mat number 1 at 106 pounds. Chase Hansen of Auburn Riverside. Preston Myron of Kelso, you're now up. Xavier Clark from Peninsula. Chris Kilmer of Rogers, you're on deck on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 at 120 pounds. Jackson Stoops of Tahoma. Dylan Thompson of Rogers. First call to mat number 1. And looks like Valentine from Lake Stevens is the winner by fall over there on mat number 3. We should have Francis Sarwell of Auburn Riverside and Seth Reimer of South Kitsap up now on mat number 3. Stone Hartford of South Kitsap, Gabriel of Bremerton, you're on deck. And first call to mat number 3 at 120 pounds. Damian Miller of Peninsula, Thomas Russell of Kent Lake. First call to mat number 3. And over there at mat number 1, Preston Myers from Kelso is the winner by fall. That gets us to Xavier Clark from Peninsula and Chris Kilmer of Rogers. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1. Jackson Stoops, Dylan Thompson, you're on deck. And first call to mat number 1 at 126 pounds is Nathan Curry from Tahoma, Justin Broxton from Kelso. This is your first call to mat number 1. We had a Donnybrook down there at mat number 2. Looks like it's over. I didn't see the winner, but that looked like a great match. We now have up there on at 113 pounds, Ashton Amons of Kelso and Ben Thomas of Peninsula are now wrestling up there on mat number 2. Carter Capoletti and Jonah Greger, be ready to go. You're on deck on mat number 2. And first call to mat number 2 at 120 pounds. We're going to have Logan Nichols of Bremerton and Theron Tate of Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 3, we have Stone Hartford of South Kitsap and Gade Riddle of Bremerton. They're now wrestling on mat number 3. Damian Miller of Peninsula and Thomas Russell of Kent Lake, be ready to go. You are on deck on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 at 126 pounds is Cadfet from Lake Stevens and Erickson from Auburn Riverside. First call to 126. First call to mat 3 at 126. And Ashton Amons is the winner by fall down there on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 at 113 pounds, Carper Capoletti of Kent Lake and Jonah Greger of Bremerton. You guys are up. Logan Nichols, Theron Tate, that puts you on deck over there on mat number 2. 132 pounds, Mitchell Niner, South Kitsap, Jade Jennings of Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 2. And Stone Hartford with the winner by fall in the third round over there on mat number 3. That brings us to Damian Miller of Peninsula and Thomas Russell of Kent Lake. You guys are now up on mat number 3. Eric Canfett from Lake Stevens, Max Erickson, be ready to go. You guys are on deck and first called to mat number 3 at 132 pounds. Elijah Guzman from Kelso, Cyrus Comia from Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 3. All right, after that first round, the team scores are going to go to the top 5 right now. Bremerton at 42 team points, Rogers at 57, South Kitsap 61, Tahoma 67, and leading the tournament right now with 80 team points is Lake Stevens. Just a little easy. Up now on mat number 1 at 120 pounds, Jackson Stoops of Tahoma and Dylan Thomas of Rogers. You guys are now up on mat 1. Nathan Curry, Justin Broxton, be ready to go on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1, 126 pounds, Chase England of South Kitsap. Kalai Simeona of Rogers, this is your first call to mat number 1. Now up on mat number 3 is Canfett from Lake Stevens, Erickson from Auburn Riverside. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 3. Guzman from Kelso, Comia from Tahoma, be ready to go on mat number 3. You guys are on deck. And first call to mat number 3 at 138 pounds, McCrae Flanders of Lake Stevens, Vince Neighbors of South Kitsap. First call to mat number 3. And Greger from Bremerton's a winner by fall down there on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2, we got at 126 pounds, Logan Nichols of Bremerton, Theron Tate of Lake Stevens. You guys are now up on mat number 2. Mitchell Niner and Jaden Jennings from Lake Stevens, you're on deck on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 at 132 pounds is Icy Franks of Rogers, Sean Nykrim of Cedar Crest. First call to mat number 2. Dylan Stoops gets the win by fall over there on mat. Dylan Thompson gets the win by fall over there on mat number 1. Nathan Curry, Justin Broxton, you're up. Mat number 1. England, Simeona, be ready to go over there at mat number 1. You're next on deck. First call to mat number 1 at 132 pounds. Xander Austin of South Kitsap. Isaiah Irunga of Auburn Riverside. First call to mat number 1. Canfet from Lake Stephen gets the win by fall over there on mat number 3 at 126 pounds. Now up on mat number 23 at 132 pounds, Elijah Guzman of Kelso, Cyrus Comey of Tahoma. You guys are now wrestling. McCrae Flanders and Vince Neighbors, you're on deck on mat number 3, and first call to mat number 3 at 145 pounds. Tyler Fouts of Lake Stevens, Simonoa of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 3, Fouts and Simeona. And Theron Tate from Lake Stevens is the winner by decision on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 at 132 pounds is Mitchell Niner from South Kitsap and Jaden Jennings of Lake Stevens. Franks of Rogers, Nykram of Cedar Crest, you guys be ready to go. You're on deck up there on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 at 138 pounds. Braden Hansen of Tahoma. Braden Shook of South Kitsap. You guys, this is your first call to mat number 2. And Chase Eaglin is winner by decision on mat number 1. That gets us down to Xander Austin and Isaiah Ironga from Auburn Riverside. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1. Caleb Walker and Luke Reed. Caleb Walker from Auburn Riverside, Luke Reed from Rogers. Make your way over to mat number 1. You guys are on deck. You guys are on deck on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1 at 145 pounds. Isaac Perdue of South Kitsap, Junior Linville of South Kitsap. Make your way over to mat number 1. Mitchell Niner was a winner down there on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 is Franks from Rogers and Nitram from Cedar Crest. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 2.
Hey, do we need to get those questions?
On deck on mat number 2 at 138 pounds is Braden Hansen from Tahoma and Braden Shook of South Kitsap. Battle of the Bradens down there in a little bit. And first call to mat number 2 at 138 pounds, Cooper Lambro of Tahoma. And Contreras, Francisco Contreras from Cedar Crest. This is your first call to mat number 2. On mat number 3 at 138 pounds, we now have McCrae Flanders of Lake Stevens and Vince Neighbors of South Kitsap. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 3 at 145 pounds, Tyler Fouts of Lake Stevens and Simeona of Rogers. You guys are on deck on mat number 3. First call to mat number 3 at 145 pounds. Peter Schaefer of Cedar Crest, Brennan Galloway of Bremerton. First call to mat number 3. Nitram from Cedar Crest is the winner by fall down there on mat number 2. That gets us quickly to the Bradens over there on mat number 2. Hansen and Shook. Hansen and Shook should be up there on mat number 2. Lambro and Contreras, be ready to go. You're on deck now over there on mat number 2. Lambro and Contreras on deck on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 is Shecky from Auburn Riverside, Boyd from Tahoma at 145 pounds. Shecky and Boyd, first call to mat number 2. And Irunga from Auburn Riverside is the winner over there at mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1, we have Caleb Walker and Luke Reed at 138 pounds. Walker, Auburn Riverside, Reed, Rogers, you guys are up on mat 1. Isaac Purdue at South Kitsap, Junior Linville at South Kitsap, be ready to go. You guys are on deck on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 at 152 pounds. Mason Grubb of Rogers, Danny Wakanabo of Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 1. Vince Neighbors wins in a third round fall over there at mat number 3 at 138 pounds. Now up at 145 pounds on mat number 3 is Fouts from Lake Stevens and Simeona from Rogers. You guys now on the mat. Schaefer and Galloway. Schaefer, Cedar Crest, Galloway, Bremerton. You guys are on deck on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 at 152 pounds, Javen Banks of Auburn Riverside, Emmett Casey of Peninsula. This is your first call to mat number 3. And Braden Hansen is the winner down there on mat number 2 by major decision. Cooper Lambro from Tahoma. Francisco Contreras from Cedar Crest. You guys are now up on mat number 2. Shanky from Auburn Riverside and Boyd from Tahoma at 145 pounds. You are now on deck over there at mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 at 152 pounds. Evan Reed of Cedar Crest. Jackson Balmer of Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 2. Caleb Walker from Auburn Riverside gets the fall over there on mat number 1. Isaac Purdue of South Kitsap, Junior Linville of South Kitsap. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1. Mason Grubb, Danny Wakanabo, be ready to go. You guys are on deck. First call to mat number 1 at 152 pounds. Seth Fisher of Tahoma. Mikhail Planesi of Kent Lake. This is your first call to mat number 1. We got at 145 pounds now over on mat number 3, Peter Schaefer of Cedar Crest and Brendan Galloway of Bremerton. They're now wrestling on mat number 3. Jevin Banks from Auburn Riverside, Emmett Casey of Peninsula, you're now on deck on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 at 160 pounds. David Marenta of Kelso, Wyatt Springer of Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 3. the way from Bremerton and gets a late first round fall over there on mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3, Jevin Banks of Auburn Riverside, Emmett Casey of Peninsula. You guys are now wrestling. David Marenta of Kelso, Wyatt Springer, be ready to go over there on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 at 170 pounds, Lars Michelson of Bremerton, Gabe Fergosa of South Kitsap. This is your first call to mat number 3. Lambro is a winner by major decision down there at mat number 2 at 138 pounds. Now up on at 145 pounds on mat number 2 is Parker Shecky of Auburn Riverside, Connor Boyd of Tahoma. You guys are now up on mat number 2. Evan Reed of Cedar Crest, Jackson Balmer of Lake Stevens. You guys are on deck. And first call to mat number 2 at 160 pounds, Thor Michelson of Bremerton and Kyle Adriance of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 2. Emmett Casey, a winner by fall in the 3rd round over there on mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3, Marenta from Kelso, Springer from Lake Stevens. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 3. Lars Michelson of Bremerton, Gabe Fragosa of South Kitsap, be ready to go. You're on deck on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 at 170 pounds, Esteban Sedano of Lake Stevens and Trocon Cooper of Auburn Riverside. This is your first call to mat number 3. Yeah. And Wyatt Springer from Lake Stevens is the winner by fall over there on mat number 3. That gets us to 170 pounders. Lars Michelson and Gabe Fragoso wrestling on there on mat number 3. Esteban Sedano and Trocon Cooper be ready to go over there. You guys are up next. And first call to mat number 3 at 182 pounds is going to be Jacob Gatlin of South Kitsap and Calvin McDonald of Rogers. First call to mat number 3. Isaac Perdue is the winner by decision over there on mat number 1. That gets us to Mason Grubb of Rogers and Danny Wakanabo of Bremerton. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1. Seth Fisher from Tahoma and Planesi from Kent Lake. You guys are now on deck on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1. Zambrano Bosa from Cedar Crest. Peyton Love from South Kitsap. First call to mat number 1 at 160 pounds. And Lars Michelson from Bremerton, the winner by fall late in the first round over on mat number 3. Gets us to Sedano and Cooper on mat number 3 at 170 pounds. 182 pounds, Gatlin McDonald, be ready to go. You're on deck over there at mat number 3. And at 195 pounds, first call to mat number 3, House from Kelso, Sanchez from Lake Stevens. Start making your way over to mat number 3. Sedano with a fall over there at mat number 3 in the second round. Jacob Gatlin at 182 pounds and Calvin McDonald at 182 pounds. You're now up on mat number 3. Michael House, Sean Sanchez, be ready to go on mat number 3. You're now on deck. Make your way over to mat number 3, 220 pounders, Matthew Ager and Lucas Overland. Start heading over to mat number 3. Great match going down there on mat number 2 between Shecky and Boyd, 145 pounders. Shecky from Auburn Riverside, Boyd from Tahoma. We're all tied up with 30 seconds to go. And Calvin McDonald from Rogers wins by fall over on mat number 3. At 195 pounds, Micah House of Kelso. Sean Sanchez of Lake Stevens, you guys are now up. Adrian Overland, you're on deck at 220 pounds. Adrian Overland, you are now on deck at mat number 3. And first called to mat number 3 at 220 pounds, Marshall Justice from Tahoma. Dawson Shoddy from Kelso, make your way over to mat number 3. Over here at mat number 1, we should have Seth Fisher from Tahoma going against Mikhail Planesi from Kent Lake at 152 pounds. Sebastian Zambrona Bosa from Cedar Crest and Peyton Love, you guys are on deck at mat number 1. First call to mat number 1 at 170 pounds, Victor Terrell from Rogers, Chris Neal of Tahoma. First call to mat number 1. Parker Shecky was the winner in overtime down there on mat number 2 at 145 pounds. That was a great match, gentlemen. Now up on mat number 2 at 152 pounds, we got Evan Reed of Cedar Crest, Jackson Balmer, Lake Stevens. You guys are up. On mat number 2, Thor Michelson of Bremerton, Kyle Adrians from Rogers. Be ready to go over there. You guys are up next. And first call to mat number 2 at 160 pounds is Tim Dipple of Tahoma and Ryan Rosseth of Kent Lake. This is your first call to mat number 2. Seth Fisher, winner by fall over here on mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1, Zambrona Bassa from Cedar Crest and Peyton Love of South Kitsap. You guys are now up on mat number 1. Victor Terrell from Rogers, Chris Neal of Tahoma. Be ready to go. You are on deck. And first call to mat number 1 at 182 pounds, Phil Chobot of South Kitsap and Royal Sorensen of Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 1. Sean Sanchez from Lake Stevens is winner by decision over there on mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3 is Matthew Ager of Rogers and Lucas Overland of Lake Stevens. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 3. Marshall Justice of Tahoma, Dawson Shoddy of Kelso. You guys are on deck. Be ready to go over there. And I need Nathan Pritchard from Auburn Riverside, Caden Loudermilk from Kent Lake. Will both of you come to the scorers table, please? Nathan Pritchard of Auburn Riverside, Caden Loudermilk of Kent Lake to the scorers table, please. Peyton Love was winner over there at mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1, we have Victor Terrell and Chris Neal from Tahoma. You guys now up on mat number 1. Phil Chobot, Royal Sorensen, be ready to go. You guys are on deck on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 at 182 pounds is Chris Morrow of Auburn Riverside. Bradley Handy of South Kitsap, this is your first call to mat number 1. Chris Neal was winner by fall over there at mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Phil Chobot of South Kitsap and Sorensen of Bremerton. You guys are now up on mat number 1. Morrow and Handy, you guys are next on mat number 1. Be ready to go. First call to mat number 1, Dawson Loudermilk from Kent Lake and Aiden Thomas of Peninsula. This is your first call to mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2, we should have Thor Michelson from Bremerton and Kyle Adrians from Rogers. You guys are up on mat number 2. Tim Dipple of Tahoma, Ryan Roseth of Kent Lake. You guys are on deck on mat number 2. And first call to mat number 2, Colton Spadoni of Peninsula, Josiah Tejeron of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 2. Coaches, you got some lunch available to you. Coaches, if you could go down to the where we had the coaches meeting, there's some food available for you down there. Thor Michelson is the winner by a fall down there. I'm at number 2. That gets us to Tim Dipple of Tahoma and Ryan Rosseth of Kent Lake. You guys are now wrestling. I'm at number 2. Colton Spadoni and Josiah Tyron, be ready to go. You guys are on deck over there. I'm at number 2. First call to mat number 2, Nick Hewlett from Tahoma, Michael Ager from Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 2. And over here on mat number 1, we just had a fall by Phil Chobot from South Kitsap High School. Oops. Colin Morrow of Auburn Riverside and Bradley Handy of South Kitsap are now wrestling on mat number 1. Dotson Laddermilk from Kent Lake, Aiden Thompson of Peninsula, be ready to go. You are up next on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 at 220 pounds, Kylan Sonnen of Peninsula, EJ Ingstrom of Kent Lake. First call to mat number 1. Matthew Ager with the winner by a fall over there on mat number 3. That gets us to 220 pounds. Marshall Justice from Tahoma and Dawson Shoddy from Kelso. You guys are now up on mat number 3. Nathan Pritchard and Kate Laddermilk, you guys are on deck on mat number 3. If I could have Sheila Filiwai and Alex Mont to the head table, please. Filiwai and Mont to the head table. We got now wrestling on mat number 1, Dawson Loudermilk of Kent Lake, Aiden Thompson of Peninsula are now wrestling on mat number 1. Kylan Sonnen from Peninsula and EJ Engstrom, you guys are on deck. If you could come to the scorer's table, please. Kylan Sonnen, EJ Engstrom to the scorer's table. Take that over to mat number 1. I thought we were going to... Got a little lost over at mat number 2. Looks like we got Nick Hewlett of Tahoma and Michael Ager of Rogers wrestling right now at 182 pounds. Gabe Vasa and Garrett Dress. 195 pounders, Gabe Vasa, Garrett Dress. Go to mat number 2, please. You guys are up next. Vasa, Dress to mat number 2. You guys are next. First call to mat number 2, Philip Kobeski from Rogers, Colbert Furness from Bremerton. You guys get over there to mat number 2 also. You guys are in the hole. Dawson Shoddy was the winner over here on mat number 3. Now wrestling on mat number 3, we got Nathan Pritchard and Caden Loudermilk. Pritchard from Auburn Riverside, Loudermilk from Kent Lake. You guys are now up on mat number 3. Filiuai and Mott, you guys are on deck on mat number 3. If I can have Roberts from Rogers and Young from South Kitsap to the scorer's table, please. 285 pounders, Reggie Roberts from Rogers, David Young from South Kitsap to the scorer's table, please. Wrestling on mat number 1 now, we got Kylan Sonnen of Peninsula and EJ Engstrom of Kent Lake. Andrew Wecker of Cedar Crest and John Fertifuai from Bremerton. If you guys can make your way to mat number 1, we're going to move you from mat number 2 to mat number 1. 222 pounders, Weicker and Ferretufui. Go to mat number 1. And Loudermick is ordered by a fall over there at mat number 3. Now up at mat number 3, we have Sheila Filiwai and Alex Mont are wrestling. Next up on mat number 3 is Reggie Roberts from Rogers and David Young from South Kitsap. You guys are on deck over there. Kylan Sonnen from Peninsula is a winner by a fall over there on mat number 1. 106, 113 pounders, consolation round. We're going to start rolling here in just a few minutes with those. We're moving some people around for this match to keep the match moving. I'll start calling 106, 113, 120 here in just a minute to your matches for the consolation round. Table scores, the next round's all consolation, so all rounds, first round will be 1 minute for all matches. We need 220-pounder John Ferretufui from Bremerton at mat number 1. 220-pounder from, yep. Michael Ager from Rogers is the winner by fall in a match down there at mat number 2. That gets us to 195-pounder Gabe Vasa from Auburn Riverside and Garrett Dress from Tahoma wrestling now on mat number 2. Philip Kobeski from Rogers and Colby Furness from Bremerton. You guys are next up on mat number 2. You guys are on deck on mat number 2. Kobeski and Furness, if you want to grab your bout sheet from table 2 and take it over to table 1 and get going. Phil Kobeski from Rogers, Colby Furness from Bremerton. If you want to get your bout sheet from table 2 and take it to table 1, you can get wrestling. $106-pounders, 113-pounders. We're starting to move over to your mats. We're going to wrap this round up. Give you a few minutes to get ready. 106 pounders on mat number 1. Carlisle from Rogers, Valentine from Lake Stevens. Move yourself over to mat number 1. Mat number 2, Justin Phillips from Peninsula, Preston Myron from Kelso. Over to mat number 2, mat number 3, 113 pounders. Francis Sarwa from Auburn Riverside, Xavier Clark from Peninsula. You guys will be up first on mat number 3 in this next round. Ben Thompson and Jonah Greger, you're on deck on mat number 1. Jackson Stoops, Theron Quiet, you're on deck on mat number 2. And 120 pounds, Gabe Riddle of Bremerton, Damian Miller of Peninsula on deck on mat number 3. Mat number 2, we're sending you over. Don't start your 106s yet. We got one more to go. Mat number 2, we got Kobeski and Furnace we need to wrestle right now. Yes. We got one more match to finish up in this round over there on mat number 2 between Phil Kobeski of Rogers, Colby Firmus of Bremerton. We're wrestling in the consolation rounds on mat number 1 with Carlisle from Rogers, Valentine from Lake Stevens, Phipps from Peninsula, Myra from Kelso. Be ready to go over on mat number 2. Francis Sarwa from Auburn Riverside, Xavier Clark from Peninsula. You guys are now up on mat number 3. Sarwa from Auburn Riverside, Clark from Peninsula, mat number 3. Ben Thompson from Peninsula, John Greger from Bremerton, on deck on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1 at 126 pounds, Logan Nichols of Bremerton. Edric Canfet from Lake Stevens, first call to mat number 1. 126 pounds, first call to mat number 2, Justin Broxton from Kelso. Chase Eaglin from South Kitsap, first call to mat number 2. And 132 pounds, first call to mat number 3, Elijah Guzman of Kelso. Isaiah Arungo of Auburn Riverside. This is your first call to mat number 3. And we're in overtime over here on mat number 1 with Carlisle from Rogers and Valentine from Lake Stevens. It's a good match.
Go,
Carlisle is the winner with a takedown in overtime to win the match there on mat number 1. Ben Thomas from Peninsula, Jonah Greger from Bremerton are now wrestling on mat number 1. Logan Nichols from Bremerton, Edric Kaffnet from Lake Stevens, you guys are on deck. Mat number 1, first call at 132 pounds, Jaden Jennings from Lake Stevens and Sean Nykram from Cedar Crest. First call to mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2, we got Justin Phipps and Preston Myron. Phipps from Peninsula, Myron from Kelso are now up on mat number 2. Team scores after the second round. In 5th place, Bremerton with 86 points. In 4th place, Rogers with 116. 3rd place, Tahoma, 127. In 2nd place, Lake Stevens with 148.5. And leading after the second round, South Kitsap with 155.5. Xavier Clark gets the fall over there on mat number 3. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 120 pounds, Gabe Riddle of Peninsula and Damian Miller Gabe Riddle from Bremerton. Damian Miller from Peninsula are now up at mat number 3. Elijah Guzman from Kelso. Isaiah Ironga from Auburn Riverside, you're on deck on mat 3. First call to mat number 3 at 138 pounds. Braden Shook of South Kitsap and Cooper Lambro of Tahoma make your way to mat number 3.
They're loud.
Justin Phipps.
You guys are second.
Ben Thomas, from Peninsula is the winner over there on mat number 1.
How many guys got in the finals?
Logan Nichols from Bremerton and Edric Kampfnet from Lake Stevens. You guys are now up on mat number 1. Jaden Jennings and Sean Nykrum, you guys are on deck on mat number 1 at 132 pounds. And first call to mat number 1 at 145. Junior Linville from South Kitsap and Parker Shecky of Auburn Riverside. This is your first call to mat number 1. On mat number 2 at 120 pounds, we got Jackson Stoops of Tahoma and Theron Quiet of South Kitsap are now up on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 1, Jaden Jennings from Lake Stevens and Sean Nakriam from Cedar Crest. You guys are now on the mat on mat number 1. Junior Linville and Parker Shecky, you guys be ready to go. You're up next on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 at 152 pounds, Danny Wakanobo from Bremerton and Seth Fisher from Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 1. And that was a quick one over here on mat number 1. Jennings winning by fall. Linville and Parker, Shecky, be ready to go. Now you guys are up. Wakanobo and Fisher. On deck on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1 at 170 pounds. Victor Terrell from Rogers. Josiah Taigeron from Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 1. On mat number 3, we got wrestling down 132 pounds. Elijah Guzman from Kelso and Isaiah Irunga from Auburn Riverside are up on mat number 3. Braden Shook from South Kitsap, Cooper Lambro from Tahoma, you're on deck on mat number 3. Shook, Lambro, mat 3. First call to mat number 3. At 152 pounds, Evan Reed of Cedar Crest, Emmett Casey Peninsula. First call to mat number 3. We're going to have an injury default by here on mat number 1, so we're going to call now first call to mat number 1 at 182 pounds. Sorensen from Bremerton, Morrow from Auburn Riverside. This is your first call to mat number 1. Sorensen from Bremerton, Morrow from Auburn Riverside. First call to mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 126 pounds, we got Justin Broxton from Kelso and Chase England from South Kitsap. You guys are now up on mat number 2. McCrae Flanders from Lake Stevens, Caleb Walker from Auburn Riverside. Make yourself over to mat number 2. You guys are on deck. First call to mat number 2 at 145 pounds. Simeona from Rogers, Galloway from Bremerton. First call to mat number 2. Brad Handy to the scorer's table, please. Elijah Guzman from Kelso is the winner over there at mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3 at 138 pounds, Braden Shook of South Kitsap and Cooper Lambro of Tahoma. Evan Reed of Cedar Crest, Emmett Casey Peninsula, guys are on deck over there on mat number 3. First call to mat number 3 at 160 pounds, Kyle Adriance from Rogers and Kim Dipple from Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 3. And Justin Broxton is the winner by decision on mat number 2 in a great match, 2-1. Now up on mat number 2 at 138 pounds, McCrae Flanders of Lake Stevens and Caleb Walker of Auburn Riverside. You guys are now up. Simeona from Rogers and Galloway from Bremerton, be ready to go. You're on deck. And first call to mat number 2 at 160 pounds. David Marenta of Kelso and Peyton Love of South Kitsap. First call to mat 2. Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 152 pounds, Danny Wakanabo from Bremerton and Seth Fisher of Tahoma. Guys now wrestling. Sorensen of Bremerton and Morrow of Auburn Riverside at 182 pounds. You guys are on deck on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 at 220 pounds. EJ Engstrom of Kent Lake and Andrew Weicker of Cedar Crest. First call to mat number 1. Braden Shook is the winner by decision over here on mat number 3. That takes us to 152 pounds. Evan Reed of Cedar Crest, Emmett Casey of Peninsula. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 3. Kyle Adrians from Rogers and Tim Dipple from Tahoma. Be ready, you're on deck. First call to mat number 3 at 182 pounds. Nick Hewlett from Tahoma. Calvin McDonald of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 3. And Flanders is a winner by fall down there on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 at 145 pounds is Simonoa of Rogers and Galloway of Bremerton. You guys are now wrestling. On deck, David Marienta from Kelso and Peyton Love from South Kitsap. You're on deck on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 at 170 pounds. Gabe Fregoso of South Kitsap, Esteban Sedano of Lake Stevens. First call to mat number 2. Wrestlers, if you're in the Pigtails, you're going to be wrestling right after this round. So 106, we've blended a couple weight classes to make sure everybody gets 2 matches as best we can. So some of them you might be wrestling a little up. So be prepared for that. And we'll start those right after this round. I'll be calling those here coming up shortly. Evan Reed was the winner by fall over there on mat number 3. That gets us to 160 pounders. Adrians from Rogers and Dipple from Tahoma. You guys are now up on mat number 3. Hewlett from Tahoma and McDonald from Rogers. You guys are on deck. First call to mat number 3 for Garrett Dress of Tahoma and Colby Furness of Bremerton at 195 pounds. This is your first call to mat number 3. We got Sorensen and Morrow up here now on mat number 1. Inkstrom from Kent Lake, and Weicker from Cedar Crest. Be ready to go. You're on deck. And first call for Reggie Roberts of Rogers and Sila Filiuai from South Kitsap. This is your first call to mat number 1. We got it. Tim Dipple from Tahoma with a late match pin there over on mat number 3. Nick Hewlett from Tahoma and Calvin McDonald from Rogers. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 3. Garrett Dress and Colby Furness, you guys are next. Make sure you're over there ready to go. First call to mat number 3 at 285 pounds. Nathan Pritchard from Auburn Riverside and Trey Schumacher from Peninsula. This is your first call to mat number 3. Simeona was a winner over there on mat number 2 from Rogers. Now up on mat number 2 at 160 pounds, David Marenta from Kelso and Peyton Love from South Kitsap. Gabe Fregosa and Esteban Sedano, be ready to go. You guys are on deck over there on mat number 2. And first call to mat number 2 At 195 pounds is Michael Haas from Kelso, Dawson Loudermilk from Kent Lake. This is your first call over to mat number 2. Now up on mat number 1, Reggie Roberts from Rogers and Sila Filiwa'i from South Kitsap. Lucas Overland from Lake Stevens and Dawson Shoddy from Kelso. Head over to mat number 1. Lucas Overland and Dawson Shoddy. Mat number 1. You guys are going to be up next. Marenta was the winner over there at mat number 2. We now have on mat number 2 Gabe Fergoso, South Kitsap, and Esteban Sedano of Lake Stevens are now wrestling on mat number 2. Michael Haas from Kelso and Dawson Loudermilk from Kent Lake, be ready to go. You guys are next on mat number 2. Dustin, you want to take the Pigtail match? This is a first call to mat number 1, 106-pound, 113-pound pigtail match. Ben Adams of Cedar Crest and Zaid Namat from Lake Stevens. You guys are in the hole on mat number 1. Adams Namat, first call to mat number 1. You're in the hole. Mat number 2, 126 pounds, Backstrom from Cedar Crest and Evansville from Peninsula. You guys are in the hole over on mat number 2. And it looks like Nick Houlitt from Tahoma is the winner over there at mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3, Garrett Dress from Tahoma and Colby Furness from Bremerton. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 3. On deck on mat number 3, Nathan Pritchard from Auburn Riverside, Tracy Schumacher from Peninsula. You guys are on deck on mat number 3, and first call to mat number 3 at 126 pounds, Clemente from Kent Lake, Brady from Cedar Crest. This is your first call to mat number 3. And it looks like we're in an overtime match here on mat number 1. Over on mat number 2, Gabe Fregoso is the winner by fall. That gets us to 195-pounders. Michael Haas from Kelso, Dawson Loudermilk from Kent Lake. You guys are now up on mat number 2. Backstrom from Cedar Crest and Evansville from Peninsula, you're on deck on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2, Taylor from Lake Stevens and Cole from Cedar Crest. This is your first call to mat number 2. And Roberts from Rogers is winning a great match over there on mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1, Lucas Overland from Lake Stevens and Dawson Shoddy from Kelso. You guys are now up on mat number 1. On deck on mat number 1, Ben Adams from Cedar Crest and Zaid Nahmet from Lake Stevens. You guys are on deck on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1, Hughes from Kelso and Miller from Peninsula. Down there on mat number 2, we should have Backstrom from Cedar Crest and Evansville from Peninsula. You guys ready to go down there on mat number 2? Backstrom, Cedar Crest, Evansville from Peninsula. 182 pounds, Taylor from Lake Stevens and Cole from Cedar Crest. You guys are on deck on mat number 2. Get down there. Hermosillo from Auburn Riverside and Weiner from Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 2. Clemente from Kent Lake and Brady from Cedar Crest be over to mat number 3. You guys are up next. First call to mat number 3 is Jensen from Cedar Crest and Fontenot from South Kitsap. This is your first call over to mat number 3. And Shoddy's a winner by fall over there on mat number 1. That takes us to Ben Adams from Cedar Crest and Zaid Namat from Lake Stevens. You guys are now up on mat number 1. Hughes from Kelso and Miller from Peninsula. You're on deck on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1 is Antoine from Sorry, Namont, I didn't mean to make you a transfer student. Namont from Tahoma. Antoine from Peninsula and Ross from South Kitsap. This is your first call to mat number 1. You guys are in the hole. All right, now wrestling on mat number 2, we should have Taylor from Lake Stevens and Cole from Cedar Crest. You guys are now up on mat number 2. Hermosillo of Auburn Riverside and Weiner of Lake Stevens, you guys are on deck on mat number 2. Weicker is a K. I can't read my own handwriting. Now wrestling on mat number 1, Hughes from Kelso and Miller from Peninsula. You guys should be up on mat number 1. On mat number 3, we should have Clemente from Kent Lake and Brady from Cedar Crest. Clemente, Kent Lake, Brady, Cedar Crest on mat number 3. Jensen from Cedar Crest and Fontenot from South Kitsap. You guys are on deck on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 is Wilkes from Cedar Crest and Carter from Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 3. On mat number 2, we should have Hermosillo from Auburn Riverside and Weicker from Lake Stevens. Oh, they just wrestled. All right, thank you. We're going to start wrestling here for 7th and 8th here in just a minute. We're kind of getting some bout sheets out, and then we'll get rolling. So 106, 113. 120s, guys, start getting ready to go. If you're still wrestling, start getting ready to go. We'll be calling you out here in just a second. Wilkes from Cedar Crest and Carter from Bremerton. You guys should be up on mat number 3. Ross from South Kitsap. Mat 2, we're sending you a couple guys right here now. Mat 2, we're sending you a couple wrestlers. All right, so we're going to start calling out the 7th and 8th place matches. Once the mat's open, you guys can start wrestling these, so we're good to go. Mat number 1, 106 pounds, Tanner Uridia from Bremerton and Chance Hansen from Auburn Riverside. You guys will be on mat number 1. On mat number 2 at 113 pounds, Chris Kilmer of Rogers, Carter Capoletti of Kent Lake. You guys are on mat number 2. Mat number 3, 126 pounds, Max Erickson from Auburn Riverside. Kaleo Simeona from Rogers. You guys are going to be on mat number 3. On deck on mat number 1, Xander Austin of South Kitsap. And Icy Franks of Rogers. You guys are on deck on mat number 1. On deck on mat number 2, 138 pounds, Luke Reed of Rogers and Francisco Contreras of Cedar Crest. You're on deck on mat number 2. Mat number 3, 145 pounds, Connor Boyd of Tahoma, Peter Schaefer of Cedar Crest. On deck on mat number 3, and first call to mat number 3 at 152, mat number 1, excuse me. First call mat number 1, 152 pounds. Javen Banks of Auburn Riverside. Mikhail Planesi of Kent Lake. First call to mat number 2 at 160 pounds. Sebastian Zambrano Bosa of Cedar Crest and Ryan Roseth of Kent Lake. First call to mat number 2. And first call to mat number 3 at 170 pounds. Colton Spadoni of Peninsula. Trocon Cooper of Auburn Riverside. This is your first call to mat number 3. Mat number 3, we should have at 126 pounds, Max Erickson from Auburn Riverside and Kalai Simeona from Rogers. You guys should be wrestling right now on mat number 3. Connor Boyd from Tahoma and Peter Schaefer from Cedar Crest. You guys are on deck on mat number 3. Now up on mat number 1, we should have at 106 pounds, Tanner Yurdia from Bremerton and Chance Hansen from Auburn Riverside. Xander Austin and Franks, you guys are up next on mat number 1. Get over there and get ready to go. Javen Banks, Planesi, Banks and Planesi. You're in the hole over there on mat number 1. Kilmer and Capoletti be ready to go over on mat number 2. You guys are right after this match on mat number 2. Reed from Rogers and Contreras from Cedar Crest be over there too. Be ready to go. Simeona of Rogers is the winner by a fall over there at mat number 3. $145-pounders, Connor Boyd from Tahoma and Peter Schaefer from Cedar Crest. You guys are now up on mat number 3. On deck, 170-pounders, Colton Spadoni of Peninsula, Trocon Cooper of Auburn Riverside. Be over there at mat number 3. You're on deck. In the hole on mat number 3. John Vertifiai from Bremerton and Marshall Justice Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 3. And Chris Kilmer is the winner by a fall over there on mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2 at 138 pounds, Luke Reed from Rogers and Francisco Contreras of Cedar Crest. Guys, Russ on mat number 2. Sebastian Bronco Bosa and Ryan Rosseth at 160 pounds. You guys are on deck. First call to mat number 2 at 195 pounds, Aiden Thompson of Peninsula, Philip Kobeski of Rogers. First call to mat number 2. And Urita from Bremerton's a winner by decision over on mat number 1. That gets us to Xander Austin from South Kitsap and Icy Franks from Rogers at 132 pounds. You guys are now wrestling on mat number 1. Javen Banks, Mikeo Planesi, be ready to go over there at mat number 1. You guys are on deck and first call to mat number 1 at 182 pounds. So we're rolling all the way back down to 106. 106 on mat number 1. This is your first call. Troy Valentine from Lake Stevens. Justin Phipps from Peninsula. This is your first call to mat number 1. Now up on mat number 3 at 170 pounds, we should have Colton Spadoni of Peninsula and Trocon Cooper of Auburn Riverside. John Vertifuli from Bremerton and Marshall Justice from Tahoma. You guys are on deck over there at mat number 3. And dropping all the way back down to 120 pounds on mat number 3. First call for Jackson Stoops of Tahoma, Damian Miller for Peninsula. This is your first call to mat number 3. Xander Austin was the winner over there on mat number 1. Jevin Banks at 152 pounds is going to wrestle Mikhail Planesi from Kent Lake over there on mat number 1. On deck, Troy Valentine at 106 pounds from Lake Stevens and Justin Phipps from Peninsula. You guys are on deck on mat number 1. And first call at 126 pounds to mat number 1. Canfett from Lake Stevens and Eaglin from South Kitsap. This is your first call over to mat number 1. John Vetafui from Bremerton and Marshall Justice from Tahoma are now wrestling on mat number 3. Jackson Stoops, Damian Miller from Peninsula. You guys are on deck. Be ready to go on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 at 138 pounds. Caleb Walker from Auburn Riverside. Cooper Lambro from Tahoma. First call to mat number 3. Andrew Weicker from Cedar Crest, come to the head table, please. Andrew Weicker to the head table. On mat number 2, we should have Zambrosa Bosa and Rosseth wrestling at 160 pounds. Aiden Thompson from Peninsula and Philip Kobeski from Rogers. Make sure you're over there. You're up next on deck on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 at 113 pounds. Francis Sarwa from Auburn Riverside. Jonah Greger from Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 2. Now up on mat number 3 at 120 pounds, Jackson Stoops from Tahoma and Damian Miller from Peninsula. You guys are going on the mat. 138 pounds, Caleb Walker from Auburn Riverside, Cooper Lambert from Tahoma. You're on deck and first call to mat number 3. At 160 pounds, Peyton Love of South Kitsap, Kyle and Andriance from Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 3. 152 pounds. Javon Banks from Auburn Riverside is winner by fall over there on mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 1, we're back down to the 106 pounders. These are 5th place matches. Troy Valentine, Blake Stevens, Justin Phipps of Peninsula. You guys are now up on mat number 1. Canfit from Lake Stevens in England from South Kitsap. Be ready to go. You guys are on deck. And first call to mat number 1 at 145 pounds. Parker Seshi from Auburn Riverside and Brennan Galloway of Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 1. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 138 pounds, you should have Caleb Walker of Auburn Riverside and Cooper Lambro of Tahoma. Peyton Love of South Kitsap, Kyle Adrians from Rogers, be ready to go. You're up next. And at 195 pounds, first call to mat number 3. Dawson Loudermilk of Kent Lake, Colby Furness of Bremerton, first call to mat number 3. Now up on mat number 2 is Aiden Thompson of Peninsula and Philip Kobeski of Rogers. Going back down to 113 pounds over to mat number 2, Francis Sarwa of Auburn Riverside and Jonah Greger of Bremerton. You guys are on deck. And first call to mat number 2 at 132 pounds, Isaiah Arunga of Auburn Riverside and Sean Nykrim of Cedar Crest. This is your first call to mat number 2. You just moved up to on deck. Isaiah and Sean, you just moved up to on deck, so start moving that direction. First call to mat number 2 at 152 pounds. Emmett Casey of Peninsula, Danny Wakanabo of Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 2. Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 113 pounds is Francis Sarwa and Jonah Greger, excuse me. And Cooper Lambro from Oklahoma is the winner over there on mat number 3. That takes us to the 160 pounders. Peyton Love of South Kitsap, Kyle Adrians of Rogers. You guys are now up on mat number 3. Dawson Loudermilk, Colby Furnish, you guys are on deck on mat number 3. And coming back down to 106 pounders, this is be for a 3rd and 4th place match. Curtis Carlisle of Rogers, Preston Myron of Kelso. This is your first call to mat number 3. Now wrestling on mat number 3 is Canfit from Lake Stevens and England from South Kitsap. Parker Shecky from Auburn Riverside and Brendan Galloway from Bremerton, be ready to go on mat number 1. You guys are on deck. And first call to mat number 1 at 170 pounds. Tajeron from Rogers and Sedano from Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 1. Over here. Over on mat number 2 now wrestling, we got Isaiah Arunga from Auburn Riverside and Sean Nakrim from Cedar Crest. $152 pounders, Emmett Casey of Peninsula and Danny Wakanobo from Bremerton. Be ready to go over there at mat number 2. You guys are on deck. First call to mat number 2 at 182 pounds. Calvin McDonald of Rogers and Royal Sorensen of Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 2. Peyton Love is the winner by fall over there on mat number 3. Now up on mat number 3, 195 pounders, Loudermilk and Furnace. You guys are now wrestling. 106 pounders, Carlisle and Preston Myron. Head on over there. You guys are on deck and first call to mat number 3, 126 pounds, a 3rd and 4th place match. Logan Nichols of Bremerton, Justin Broxton of Kelso. You guys are first call to mat number 3. Now up on mat number 2, Emmett Casey of Peninsula. Danny Wakanova of Bremerton. You guys are now up on mat number 2. Calvin McDonald of Rogers and Royal Sorensen of Bremerton. That puts you guys on deck now on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 at 285 pounds, Trey Schumacher of Peninsula. Sila Filiwai of South Kitsap. This is your first call to mat number 2. Now up on mat number 1 at 145 pounds, Parker Shecky of Auburn Riverside and Brendan Galloway of Bremerton. You guys are now up. Josiah Tejeron of Rogers, Esteban Sedano of Lake Stevens. You guys are on deck. Be ready to go over there at mat number 1. First call to mat number 1 at 113 pounds. This will be a 3rd and 4th place match. Xavier Clark of Peninsula, Ben Thomas of Peninsula. You guys will be wrestling on mat number 1. Brennan Galloway is the winner by fall over there on mat number 1. Tejeron from Rogers and Sedano of Lake Stevens. You guys are now up on mat number 1. Clark and Thompson, both of Peninsula. You guys are on deck. Make sure you're there, ready to go. Now up on our first call to mat number 1. 132-pounders, Elijah Guzman of Kelso and James Jennings of Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 1. Looks like Dawson Loudermilk was the winner over there on mat number 3 for Kent Lake. That takes us to Carlisle from Rogers and Meyer from Kelso. You guys are now up on mat number 3. On deck on mat number 3 at 126 pounds, Logan Nichols of Bremerton. Justin Broxton of Kelso. You guys are on deck on mat number 3. First call to mat number 3 at 145 pounds, Junior Linville of South Kitsap. Kawika Simeona of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 3. And Casey is the winner down there on mat number 2 in a great match. That gets us to 182-pounders, Calvin McDonald and Royal Sorensen down there on mat number 2. You guys are up. Trey Schumacher from Peninsula, Sheila Filiwai, you are on deck over there on mat number 2. First call to mat number 2 in a third and fourth place match at 120 pounds. Theron Quiet from South Kitsap and Gabe Riddle of Bremerton. This is your first call to mat number 2. On mat number 1, we should have Clark and Thomas. Clark and Thomas on mat number 1. That one's not. We should have Clark and Thomas on mat number 1. All right, here we go. We've got Clark and Thomas on the mat out there at mat number 1. Guzman from Kelso, Jennings from Lake Stevens, be ready to go. You guys are on deck on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1 at a 3rd and 4th place match at 152 pounds. Evan Reed of Cedar Crest, Seth Fisher of Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 1. Now up on mat number 1 is Guzman from Kelso and Jennings from Lake Stevens. You guys are now up on mat number 1. 152 pounders on deck. Evan Reed from Cedar Crest, Seth Fisher from Tahoma. You guys are on deck on mat number 1. First call to mat number 1 at 182 pounds. Nick Hewlett from Tahoma. Colin Morrow from Auburn Riverside. This is your first call to mat number 1. And Curtis Carlisle is the winner over there for 3rd place. Carlisle from Rogers, 3rd place at 106. Nice match over there. Now wrestling at 126 on mat number 3, Logan Nichols from Bremerton, Justin Broxton from Kelso. You guys are now wrestling mat number 3. Junior Linville, Kawika Simeona, you guys are on deck, and first call to mat number 3 at 170 pounds. Victor Terrell of Rogers, Gabe Fergos of South Kitsap. This is your first call to mat number 3. Now wrestling on mat number 2 at 285 pounds, we should have Trace Schumacher of Peninsula, Sila Filiwahi of South Kitsap. On deck, be ready to go, Theron Quiet and Gabe Riddle. Guys are on deck on mat number 2 at 120 pounds. First call to mat number 2 at 138 pounds, McCrae Flanders of Lake Stevens and Braden Shook of South Kitsap. First call to mat number 2. Jaden Jennings is the winner over there at mat number 1 at 132 pounds. Now up on mat number 1 at 152 pounds, Evan Reed of Cedar Crest and Seth Fisher of Tahoma. Guys are now wrestling. Nick Hewlett of Tahoma, Colomoro of Auburn Riverside. You guys are now on deck. First call to mat number 1 at 285 pounds. Nathan Pritchard of Auburn Riverside, Reggie Roberts of Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 1. Mat number 3, we should have Junior Linville up there on the mat. And Kawika Simeona from Rogers. Linville, Simeona, you guys are up and wrestling. Victor Terrell of Rogers, Gabe Fergosa of South Kitsap, you guys are on deck on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 at 220 pounds, E.J. Engstrom of Kent Lake and Dawson Shoddy of Kelso. First call to mat number 3. On mat number 2, now wrestling at 120 pounds, Sharon Quiet of South Kitsap, Gabe Riddle of Bremerton. 138 pounds, McCrae Flanders of Lake Stevens and Braden Shook of South Kitsap. Be ready to go, you guys are on deck. First call to mat number 2 at 160 pounds, David Marenta of Kelso, Tim Dipple of Tahoma. You guys are first call to mat number 2. Gabriel of Bremerton is the winner over there in the first round fall. McCrae Flanders of Lake Stevens and Braden Shook are now up there on mat number 2. David Marenta and Tim Dipple better get over there. Things are moving fast on mat number 2. You guys are on deck. First call to mat number 2 at 195 pounds. Michael Haas of Kelso, Garrett Dress of Tahoma. This is your first call to mat number 2. Simeona is the winner by fall on mat number 3. Gets us to Victor Terrell and Gabe Fergosa at 170 pounds. You guys are now up on mat number 3. E.J. Engstrom, Dawson Shoddy, be ready to go. You guys are on deck over there on mat number 3. On mat number 1 now, we're down to 182 pounders. Nick Coulette of Tahoma, Colin Morrow of Auburn Riverside. You guys are now up on mat number 1. Nathan Pritchard and Reggie Roberts, you guys are next. Be ready to go over there on mat number 1. And Braden Shook is the winner by decision down there at mat number 2. Now up on mat number 2, David Marenta of Kelso and Tim Dipple of Tahoma. Michael Haas of Kelso and Garrett Dress of Tahoma. You guys are on deck on mat number 2. You guys will be the last match down there on mat number 2. And now up on mat number 1 is Nathan Pritchard of Auburn Riverside and Reggie Roberts of Rogers. Now up on mat number 3 at 220 pounds, E.J. Engstrom of Kent Lake and Dawson Shoddy of Kelso. And Pritchard's the winner by fall over there at mat number, Engstrom's the winner by fall over there at mat number 3. House and Dress. Michael House and Garrett Dress. If you want to grab your bout sheet from table 2 and take it over to table 3, you can get going right now. Michael House and Garrett Dress, if you want to grab your bout sheet from table 2 and go over to table 3, you can get going right now on mat number 3. The last matches in the Consolation Championship rounds for 3rd and 4th are now on the mat. Once these are over, we'll start calling the champions to their mats and where they're going to be wrestling. So if you're in the finals, start getting yourselves ready to go. We're going to start off the finals. We're going to start wrestling all together when we get going, but on mat number 1 is to be 106 pounders. Joe Sullivan from Tahoma, Jacob Christensen from Lake Stevens. You guys will be on mat number 1. On mat number 2 will be 113-pounder championship match. Ashton Amons of Kelso, Seth Reimer of South Kitsap. You guys are going to be on mat number 2. On mat number 3 at 120 pounds will be Stone Hartford from South Kitsap against Dylan Thompson from Rogers. That's how we're starting off our championship matches. On deck on mat number 1 for the championships will be the 126-pounders. Nathan Curry from Tahoma, Theron Tate of Lake Stevens, On mat number 2 at 132 pounds will be Mitchell Niner of South Kitsap and Cyrus Comia of Tahoma. And on mat 3 will be our 138 pounders, Brandon Hansen of Tahoma, Vince Neighbors of South Kitsap. Again, if you're in the championship matches, start heading to your mats, please. At 106, mat number 1, Joe Sullivan from Tahoma, Jacob Christensen from Lake Stevens. On mat number 2, 113 pounds, Ashton Amons of Kelso, Seth Reimer of South Kitsap. Mat number 3 at 120 pounds, Stone Hartford of South Kitsap, Dylan Thompson of Rogers. At 126 pounds, mat number 1, Nathan Curry. And Theron from Tahoma, Theron Tate from Lake Stevens. Mat number 2 at 132 pounds, Mitchell Niner of South Kitsap, Cyrus Comey of Tahoma. Mat number 3, 138 pounds, Brandon Hansen of Tahoma, Vince Neighbors of South Kitsap. Get to your mats, check in, we'll tell you when to go ahead and start those matches. All right, we got wrestlers to the mats. You guys are ready to go. Let's get them rolling. Looks like the first one starting's over here on mat 213 pounders, Ashton Amons of Kelso and Seth Reimer of South Kitsap for first and second place. At 145 pounds, Tyler Fouts of Lake Stevens and Isaac Purdue of South Kitsap. You guys will be on mat number 1. On 152 pounders, Mason Grubb from Rogers, Jackson Balmer from Lake Stevens. They'll be on mat number 2. 160 pounders, Thor Michelson from Bremerton, Wyatt Springer from Lake Stevens. You guys will be on mat number 3. All right, top 5 going into the finals. Bremerton at 117 pounds. Rogers at 157 pounds. Lake Stevens and South Kitsap are tied. I'm so used to saying pounds and not points. South Kitsap and Lake Stevens are tied with 170.5 points. And Tahoma is in the lead with 173 points. And Ashton Amons is winner of the South Kitsap Invite at 113 pounds by fall. Stone Hartford wins by fall. He will be your SK Invite champion at 120 pounds. Now up on mat number 2 at 132 pounds is Mitchell Niner. He'll be wrestling Cyrus Comia from Tahoma. Mason Grubb from Rogers, Jackson Balmer from Lake Stevens. Make sure you're ready to go over there on mat number 2. And 182 pounds, Phil Chobot from South Kitsap, Michael Ager from Rogers. This is your first call to mat number 2. On mat number 3, at 138 pounds, we have Braden Hansen of Tahoma and Vince Neighbors of South Kitsap. Thor Michelson from Bremerton and Wyatt Springer from Lake Stevens at 160 pounds. Be ready to go on mat number 3. And first call to mat number 3 at 195 pounds, Gabe Vasa of Auburn Riverside, Sean Sanchez of Lake Stevens. This is your first call to mat number 3. And Joe Sullivan from Tahoma is your 106-pound South Kitsap Invite champion this year. Now up on mat number 1 at the 126-pound championship match, Nathan Curry from Tahoma and Theron Tate of Lake Stevens. $145-pounders Tyler Fouts from Lake Stevens, Isaac Purdue from South Kitsap, be ready to go on mat number 1. And first call to mat number 1, 170-pound match. Lars Michelson of Bremerton, Chris Neal from Tahoma. You guys will be wrestling on mat number 1. Mitchell Niner from South Kitsap is the winner of this year's 132-pound weight class at the South Kitsap Invite. Now wrestling on mat number 2 at the 152-pound weight class, Mason Grubb from Rogers, Jackson Balmer of Lake Stevens, Phil Chobot from South Kitsap, and Michael Ager from Rogers, 182-pounders. Be ready to go on mat number 2. And first call to mat number 2, 285-pounders, David Young from South Kitsap, Caden Loudermilk from Kent Lake. You'll be over on mat number 2. Braden Hansen from Tahoma is your 138-pound champion at the South Kitsap Invite. Congratulations, Braden. Now wrestling on mat number 3 at 160 pounds, Thor Michelson of Bremerton and Wyatt Springer of Lake Stevens. Gabe Vasa from Auburn Riverside and Sean Sanchez from Lake Stevens at 195. Be ready to go. You will be next on mat number 3. And your 126-pound champion, Nathan Curry from Mount Tahoma, or excuse me, Tahoma. Now wrestling on mat number 1, your 145 pounds, Tyler Fouts of Lake Stevens, Isaac Purdue of South Kitsap. Lars Michelson at 170 and Chris Neal. Michelson from Bremerton, Neal from Tahoma. You guys are on deck. First call, mat number 1, 220 pounds. Matthew Ager from Rogers. Kylan Sonnen of Peninsula. You guys will be on mat number 1. And over at mat number 2, your 152-pound champion from Lake Stevens, Jackson Balmer. Now wrestling on mat number 2, 182-pound weight class, Phil Chobot from South Kitsap, Michael Ager from Rogers. Next up on mat number 2 will be David Young of South Kitsap and Caden Loudermilk of Kent Lake. And your 160-pound champion from Bremerton, Thor Michelson. Now wrestling on mat number 3 and 195-pound championship match, Gabe Vasa from Auburn and Riverside, Sean Sanchez from Lake Stevens. And Tyler Fouts from Lake Stevens is your 145-pound champion. Now wrestling on mat number 1 at 170 pounds, Lars Michelson from Bremerton and Chris Neal from Tahoma. And your 182-pound champion from South Kitsap, Phil Chobot. And now I'm at number 2 at 285 pounds, David Young from South Kitsap and Caden Loudermilk from Kent Lake. your 195 champion from Lake Stephen, Sean Sanchez. And your 170-pound champion from Bremerton, Lars Michelson. And our last finals match of the night, 220-pounders from Rogers, Matthew Ager, and from Peninsula, Kylan Sonnen. And at 285 pounds, the South Kitsap Invite champion from Kent Lake, Caden Loudermilk. As we're watching this final match, wrestlers, coaches, if you please give a quick round of applause to our officials, our table help, Chris Hyatt, Athletic Medicine, all the support we had today to pull this off. We appreciate everybody. And thank you, schools and wrestlers, for coming here tonight. It was a great day and a great bunch of wrestling. And your winner in the 220-pound weight class from Rogers, Matthew Ager. All right, we're going to read off the final team scores, top 5. Final team scores, top 5, Bremerton with 127 points, Rogers with 163 points, Lake Stevens with 184.5 points, South Kitsap with 186.5 points, and your South Kitsap Invite team champions, Tahoma, with 189 points. It's a lot of great wrestling today, gentlemen. Nice job.
Hey, can someone... Okay. Get your backpack over here. Get your backpack. That's over here. Are we doing the podium? First, second, third place podium? Okay. Thank you.